Good morning, students. Good morning, teachers. Good morning, parents, and welcome to day 3 of St. Patrick Education District Career Fair. Today is your day 2, and we are welcoming you to another wonderful experience of seeing careers and different opportunities that are out there for you as you prepare for your future. As we are about to start this day, we want to invite the presence of the Almighty to be with us and take us through this day as safely and event-free as possible. Let us welcome this in prayer. So let us prepare to say the prayer.
Let us pray. Praise be to you, Almighty God, creator of the universe and all that is in it. We thank you, O Father, for the opportunity which you are giving to us to increase our knowledge. May your divine grace enable us to study hard and use what we learn for the good of our fellow citizens. We pray that you would free us from selfishness, lust, greed, anger, and hatred. Warm our hearts with love, fill our minds with understanding, and strengthen our wills in the face of difficulty. Help us, O Father, to make our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago the kind of place you want it to be. A place where human dignity is respected, where equal rights are accorded to all citizens, where hard work is encouraged and rewarded, and where you, O God, reign supreme. Amen. Let us sing our national anthem.
Okay, and once again, I want to welcome you all to being here to our career fair as we move on. Now, you know, sometimes things happen and things come up and it doesn't always go as planned. But in the meantime, we are going to I'm going to give you a little riddle. Let's see how bright you are. Remember, one of the things we ask that you continue doing is always take notes, ask questions, answer questions. All right? First riddle of the day. Let's see who can get it right. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. Now I'm giving you a clue. I am an artist. That's the clue. I am an artist. Here's the riddle. Sand is my paint. My breath is my stroke. My creations are fragile, so easily broke. Who am I? What is my job? Okay, the clue is I am an artist. And here the riddle again. Sand is my paint. My breath is my stroke. My creations are fragile, so easily broke. All right, put your answers in the chat and we'll see who is the first person, okay? All right, so this morning, while you are writing your answers, I'm giving you 2 minutes to write the answers, just 2 minutes. As you write the answers, put them in the chat and remember to put your school next to your name so we would know what school you are coming from so we could make contact with the school. And as you write your answers, we are going to prepare the next presenter, our first presenter for today. So we're going to get that in order. We're going to organize that. You have a couple seconds again, 30 seconds. Okay, so I got 2 responses. Someone said God, another person said beach, but I have no names. Let's see. Someone said sand and artist, Tracy Prasad. Try again, try again. Try again, another answer is coming. Another answer is coming. Okay. Okay, so unfortunately, nobody got the correct answer for me. So I'm going to give the correct answer. And the correct answer is I'm a glass blower. If you ever saw a glass blower, all right, they use sand and my breath is my stroke. So you blow and as they blow, it expands and they form different bulbs or different vase, glass vase and stuff. So a glass blower was the occupation there. So I'm going to come back with some more. At this time, we have our first presenter for the day. And our first presenter is coming from Student Support Services Division, same division I work in. And we also have, I think it's a guidance officer with us who is going to speak with you and share with you different opportunities that you can get if you should apply to work Student Support Services Division. All right, so I want to hand you over now to our first presenter this morning, coming from Guidance in Student Support Services Division. Hi, Renisha, you are muted. We're not hearing you.
You're hearing me now?
Yes, we are, but we're not seeing you.
Okay, let me know if you're seeing me now.
Yes, I am. Great. Welcome.
Thank you very much. How are you all? Students, how are you?
So.
Good. Nice to hear from you all. Okay, so I have a little PowerPoint I'd like to share. So I'm just going to share my screen. I'm sure you all would have gone through this before, but I'm just going to touch on it a little before I go into my aspect of my job as a guidance counselor, okay? So just let me know once you're seeing my screen, okay?
Great.
Okay. My internet is not the best, but I'm trying my best. All right, so let us go. Okay. Everyone is seeing it, right? Yeah?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. So we are talking about today careers, right? And well, I love my career as a guidance counselor, right? But what really is a career when you think about it, right? I have a little video here. I am not sure if it's going to play, but we will come back to the video, right? So I'm sure students, right, you all would have asked yourself at some point in time, what do you or what do I want to be when I grow up, right? And if you are like most teens, you may have a little idea of how to answer that question. Deciding on a career path is sometimes a difficult process and it takes a lot of time and consideration, right? Because sometimes you think you might figure it out at Form 1, Form 2, Standard 5, Standard 4, but then when you reach, let's say you turn 17 and you may be in Form 5 at that time, a lot of things may have changed, right? So your actual wants and desires and your type of job and careers that you might want to get into might also change, right? So what we're going to talk about today is how to explore that career and to arrive at exactly what you want to be, right? So basically, as I said, we'll just touch on what a career is again. And basically, a career is the work that a person does, right? It is the sequence of jobs, as you may say, that that person has held throughout their working life. Example, for an occupation of nursing, right? And in my case, an occupation of working in this system in student support services under Ministry of Education or within this field of education as a school counselor, right? A career is something that you choose. It's like a profession that you choose for life. It is a willingness to get the training that you need to build your skills for the future. So it's not like you just got a job, right? You're getting a profession, or you go into a profession that you have to learn, keep on learning. It's not just you just stop learning because you want to be able to advance in this profession, right? So basically, the first type of, or first stage, sorry, of career exploration is to what? To determine what type of interests you have, right? So you have to know yourself. Basically, that is what I did. That was my first step. Okay, knowing, okay, what it is I like to do, right? What are my interests? What are my skills and what values do I have, right? Then I think about, okay, what is important to me about my work? So when I come to work, what is it that I want to achieve? And then I also ask myself, okay, so my name is Miss Renisha, right? So I ask myself, what does Renisha actually bring to the table? What type of characteristics and personality do I have? So where exactly would I fit in, right? So I have to say, what do I like? What do I value? What motivates me? So I'm going to answer some of that today, right? So basically, me as a guidance counselor, right? What I like to do is to deal with people. I am a very social person. So I like to deal with students. I like to deal with teenagers and adults, right? In a one-on-one setting and in a group setting in terms of talking to them about social skills, talking to them about teaching them how to guide them throughout life to make decisions, right? How to become emotionally intelligent and to be able to manage their emotions in a proper way, right? Those are things that I like to do. I like to be able to help people, especially when children or people have problems. I like to be that person there to guide them through that healing process, to guide them through getting or overcoming a challenge, right? What do I value? I value things like honesty, right? Things like communication, things like people skills. Those are things that I value. And what motivates me as a guidance counselor would be to be able to help someone to overcome a challenge in terms of becoming the best version of themselves, right? Because all of us have problems at some point in time, right? I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say life is just going to be perfect. We would encounter problems, and to have somebody to guide you through that process is important to me, right? Some of us we may not have had that at growing up, right? So now it's like I find it my mission to be able to do that for others, right? So what skills do I possess? Because you can't just go into a field or a job or career that you have no type of skill for. You have to be able to develop that skill. Even if you come in with a little bit of the skill, you have to say, you know what? I have to become better at this, right? So some of the skills that you would need to possess, definitely communication skills, right? You have to be able to talk to another person, right? And also not just talk, also you have to be able to be empathetic. I'm not sure if you all know that word yet, but I'm pretty sure you all will come across it very soon, right? So you have to be able to say, you know what, putting myself in someone else's shoes to see how they will feel and to see how I can help them, right? And also you have to think, okay, what are some of the things that I lack, right? You have to think about what it is I lack. So what I want to improve on, right? So I always ask myself that, and I even ask some of my students what I could do better, right? You know, how could I improve what I do as a guidance counselor, right? So after that part of my first stage in terms of how I developed into this profession, I moved on to discovering my career, right? So to learning about careers, types of jobs, educational requirements, meaning, okay, what do I have to get in order to become this, or to, if I want to become a doctor, if I want to become a guidance counselor, if I want to become a teacher, what are some of the educational requirements that I have to get, right? And where do I have to get those things, right? So I would have had to go to school, right, into university, as well as doing some other courses, right? My first step would have been to do CXC or CSEC, right, as we know it. So that would have been my first step. So that is after or in Form 5, right? I would have taken that step. After that step, I would have taken the step to go straight into university, right? So I did not do A levels as a lot of people would have done. So I would have gone straight into university. When I went into university, right, I did a 4-year program, right, in the field of social sciences. And honestly, some of us may think, you know what, I have to know about these things before I get into it. I have to have this and I have to have that before I actually become this, you know, whatever profession it is as a guidance counselor or something else, right? But that is the whole point of school, right? Learning how to become this, right? Learning the skills, having the knowledge that you need to become this, right? So that was my experience. And also, you can do other courses like the guidance and counseling course that there is offered at one of the universities in Trinidad, right? That is in University of the West Indies, right? So I would have not done guidance and counseling certificate, right? But I would have done a bachelor's degree, right, in behavioral science. And then I would have went on to do my master's in University of the West Indies in social work. So I have a little bit of both ideas of, two different worlds, but they all helped me to become a better guidance counselor because they would have given me a lot of skills and a lot of knowledge pertaining how to deal with students and how to actually help them to become the best students that they can be, right? So I would have had to do, as you see here, stage 3, I would have had to plan my goals. I cannot just go and say, you know what, okay, I want to become a guidance counselor. Let me just go and apply for this job that came out as the advertisement came out, right? I had to plan all of this before. I had to go and get these requirements educationally, right? As well as develop the mental capacity for it, right? So I would have to take what I would have learned about myself and piece it together with the reality of the world of work. We live in Trinidad and Tobago, right? So we have to think about, okay, what are some of the most popular jobs here, right? What are some of the best in terms of finances? What it is you want to achieve? What type of job you want? What you want to get from that job? And you have to plan your goals to suit, right? So some of the important questions you need to ask yourself, right? Do I have the resources to pursue these options? What challenges might be presented during my type of educational pursuit, right? Because sometimes, a lot of the times, finances becomes a factor, right? Because school is money, as we know, right? So you have to think outside the box, okay? Finances might be a problem, but that should not stop you, right? You have to find ways now to find a good income to cover those costs, right? Don't let it overwhelm you sometimes. It would be a little challenging, but there are ways around it, legal ways around it, right? So also, you have to think about, okay, what do I need to know to identify my career objectives? What do I want to do? Why do I want to do this? Do I want to be able to speak to students? Do I want to actually be in a school setting? That's questions I would have to ask myself, Some students actually really like that part of being social and being able to help others. So you have to ask yourself, okay, do I fit into this role? Does my personality fit into this role? Can I actually go and achieve and do the actual educational requirements for this profession, right? And then a main one, as you can see here, career planning includes personality, interests, and soft skills, right? So knowing yourself, definitely knowing who you are as a student, as a child, as a person, it sets the stage for choosing your career, right? So you have to know, okay, who am I, right? What personality do I have? You have to choose a career, or you should choose a career, I would say, right, that fits your personality strengths, right? Your values, your interests and skills, because you don't want to end up becoming an older person, and you already have a job and you're not happy in the job, you're not passionate about that job, right? You want to be doing something that you love and that brings you joy and could help others along the way, right? So you have to think about yourself and you have to plan. So the self-assessment, as you can see here, basically self-assessment is a fancy word, right? But it's basically knowing yourself and thinking about all the interests and the skills and all of that you would need to actually go into a profession. And then you have to do the planning, right? Definitely planning. So as we can see here, these are the two self-assessments, right? And this includes exploring, basically, as we said before, exploring your personality, your own personality. And nobody here has a personality like the other, right? We might have similar characteristics, but not the same, right? So we have to take our times, right? And make sure we explore that personality to the best to know, okay, this is what I like. This is what I should be going into, my interests and my skills. But remember that your skills could be developed. So even though you might not be very skilled in something, but you like it and your personality suits it and you're passionate about it, it is something that could be developed, right? And then we go on to the personality, right? So we know personality basically is who you are, right? And it makes you stand out from others, right? So when it comes to career exploration, it is important to search for a career that works very well with your personality. Remember, artistic people are more likely to be successful and satisfied if they choose to work in an artistic environment. And like for me now, right, as a guidance counselor, it is important for me and I would be successful in an environment where I am social and able to help people, right? So these are just some different types of the 6 personalities, right? So you all could take your time when you're ready to, figure out, what type of personality do I have? So which kind of job I should go into? Definitely look up this when you have some time. It is called Holland's 6 personality types and the basic areas of interest. This is very helpful. It just tells you, what? This is what I'm skilled at, and this is my personality. So this is a kind of field that I should go into, right? So you all look into it for yourselves when you have some time and when you're thinking about, okay, what do I want to do, right? So it will help you, right? There are 6, as I said. It is realistic, investigative, artistic, social, which is where I would fall under, enterprising, and conventional, right? So we have the first one, which is realistic, right? Which is basically things that you're skilled at working with tools, things with your hands, machines, electronics, plants, or even animals, right? Realistic jobs, right? They value things that you can see, you could touch, and you could use, right? So an example of one of the realistic jobs might be a mechanic, right? An on-hands job, right? Then we have investigative, right? They like to solve problems. They generally avoid instructing or persuading people. They are very good at math and science problems, and they see themselves as scientific and intellectual. So investigative people here, things that, require a lot of science and a lot of thinking and investigative skills, right? These are types of jobs that people might go into here. Then we move on to artistic, right? Now we know a lot of artistic people in Trinidad. That's a popular one, right? They like to express themselves creatively through art. They generally avoid high structured or repetitive. So they don't like to do the same thing every day, right? They like to do the things differently. A lot of people in the entertainment industry fall under this group, right? Artistic. And they see themselves as expressive, independent, and original, right? Then we move on to my lovely field here, social, right? As we could see here on the top, one of the main things to me as a guidance counselor is what? Being able and liking helping people, right? That is my field. So a lot of social skills and social jobs include things like teachers, counselors, nursing staff, right? And they value helping people and solving problems, right? They like to be a part of that process. They see themselves as helpful, friendly, and loyal. Okay? So then we move on to enterprising. What is enterprising? Basically, enterprising are people who have a lot of leadership skills, right? They enjoy leading and persuading people. They value success. A lot of people who are in politics and in leadership roles are within the enterprising job section, right? And they see themselves as sociable and ambitious. Then we have conventional. Conventional jobs, really, they speak to things that, they people like to work with numbers and records. They avoid unstructured activities. So they like to know what their day is going to look like, right? Like working in offices, things like that. They value success in business, and they see themselves as organized and dependable. So what I want you all to do moving forward, right? You all need to know your interests. So make a list of what you like to do, what challenges you, what experiences you would have had in the past that you enjoyed. So those things would help you figure out your interests, right? And then your skills. So you have to figure out what things right now am I good at, right? And this may include things like what you would have a training for, you would have been volunteering for, what you do on your vacation time, and you realize, hey, I'm actually good at this, right? And then there are tests that you can even do within your schools. You can speak to your own guidance counselor, and they can actually give you all aptitude tests to help you identify your skills. And when you identify your skills now, that will lead you towards figuring out, okay, what are my talents and abilities? And it will link it to your personality and even tell you, okay, this is the type of job I might be best suited for. Okay, so that is the end of the PowerPoint presentation, right? So I hope that you all would have learned from that, right? And I hope also, I'm not sure if you're seeing me. Yes, you all seeing me, right? Yes. I hope that you all would have learned from that and would have learned about my little, very powerful role as a guidance counselor within the Ministry of Education. So if there are any questions, you all can feel free now to let me know.
Okay, let me check backstage for questions.
Sure.
So while we await a response, let me thank you on behalf of Ministry of Education Student Support Services, St. Patrick Education District, Primary Section Guidance and Counseling. Thank you for your presentation, and we do appreciate you sharing with others what we do in Student Support Services, both guidance officers and guidance counselors. So there aren't any questions at this time. So that means they understood what you were talking about. And I want to thank you, and we look forward to at least collaborating in the future. All right?
Take care.
Sure, enjoy your day. Okay, students, so there you heard from Student Support Services Guidance, my section, and I can tell you that there are a lot of exciting things that we do. Being a guidance officer is one of the most exciting experiences you will have. You get to speak with people, you get to listen to people, you make friends. It is truly wonderful and fulfilling. Okay, you get to, sometimes you may not actually visit a place, but when someone speaks with you, you get to visualize where they are and what they have been doing. All right, so at this point in time, we're going to introduce our presenter for this morning, our second presenter, who is also going to speak to you about the importance of listening to people. And it's so nice to get to meet people, to help people, which is what we do. We are all part of the helping profession, and we enjoy helping people because we want to ensure that our beautiful country, Trinidad and Tobago, have citizens who are well-rounded, who don't have much problems, and they don't have much need to be asking people for help. So we are here to try and help you. And this person that we are going to present to you this morning is none other than Superintendent of Police, or ASP, Woods Dalloway. And she is going to speak with you about the importance of another aspect of policing, which is dealing with individuals who might end up in the fraud squad. So we are going to find out about the fraud squad. And this is very important, children. So let me give you a little hint as we wait for Ms. Dalloway to come on screen. Think about what could happen. Who are the people that end up in the fraud squad? These are things that you need to think about and listen to while she is presenting, and find your questions, ask questions, all right? What happens when someone ends up in the fraud squad? Is fraud squad and the cyber unit the same? These are questions you could think about asking her. So, okay. So as we await her entrance, we have to think about those. So here we have the ASP with us this morning. Remember some of the questions I told you to think about? Make sure you ask her those questions and make sure you don't end up in fraud squad. Okay? So let's find out what fraud squad is all about, what they do there, if there's any link between fraud squad and the cyber unit. So you all think about it. All right? Welcome, ASP Woods Dalloway. We want to thank you for being here with us today, and we anticipate a wonderful experience hearing about what the fraud squad is doing?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here. And good morning to all the children who are present and viewing this morning. As you were informed, my name is Alison Woods Dalloway. I am an Assistant Superintendent of Police, and that is why I'm called ASP, Assistant Superintendent of Police. And I am presently attached to the Fraud Squad section of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Now, I was told to present to you on the Fraud Squad, but before you even become a member of the Fraud Squad, you have to be a police officer. So I know that it is a job that a lot of people look at these days, because there's a lot going on in the country with crime. There's also a lot going on in the country with respect to the police service. But I want to tell you that the police, this is an honorable profession, and it is one that you can be proud to be a part of. So let me start sharing my screen so that I can share with you what I have prepared in order to convince you that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is an establishment, it's an organization that you would be proud to be a part of, okay? So I would like to welcome you to a virtual experience of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. As indicated, I'm Assistant Superintendent of Police, Ms. Woods Dalloway. Now, the motto of the TTPS is to protect and serve with pride. And this means that our duty as police officers are to protect you, our children, your parents, all members of society, and we do that with pride. As I indicated, to be a member of the Fraud Squad, you must be a police officer. So you may decide as children, I want to be a police officer when I get older. And to be a police officer, usually there's an ad to inform persons that the police service is recruiting. And as such, I'm going to go through the recruiting screening process to actually be a police officer. So you have to have 5 CXC passes, and English language is compulsory. You must have your electronic birth paper. You must have your passport or your national identification card, either or. You must be the holder of a valid driver's permit, because as you know, as a police officer, you may be called upon to drive police vehicles. You must also have attained the ages of 18 to 35 years of age. So once you have reached the age of 18, or you have not passed the age of 35 years, then you are eligible to become a police officer. There must be no visible tattoos. So if you young kids are thinking of going and painting up your bodies, your arms, your legs with tattoos, if you want to be a police officer, that may hinder you from actually being chosen to be a police officer, yes? 2 passport size photos, and you must be, if you're male, over 167 centimeters, or if you're a female, over 150 centimeters. After you have been chosen, then you go through an examination process, a medical process, an interview process, a polygraph test, and you are also exposed to a psychological test. Now, the different police stations are located in what we call divisions throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And these divisions are found in Port of Spain, Western, that is in the west, Northeastern, those are places like Morvant, Santa Cruz, Sawa. We have the Northern Division, which is in St. Joseph, Tunapuna, Arima. We have Eastern, beginning at Valencia, all the way to Rio Claro or Matlot in the east. We have the Southwestern Division, such as Pinal, Southern, such as San Fernando Police Station. We have the Central Division, where the Chaguanas Police Station can be found. And then we have Tobago, which is a division all by itself. So if you are living in any of these areas, the possibility is you have decided to become a police officer, and then you can actually work in your area that you live. And our dress code includes uniform, or you can use plain clothes, which we at the Fraud Squad, we are attired in plain clothes outfits. Now, I just wanted to show you some of the things that we do as police officers, giving you an overview. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and all the work that the essential workers had to be involved in keeping your community safe, we recognized them, which included ourselves, one day. Yes. We have a lot of women police. So as females, if you're interested in joining the police service and you like music, we actually have a band, a musical band, and we march for different occasions such as Independence Day. We also have police officers, which most of you would have seen on the roadway, responsible for traffic control. And we have the community policing police sections, where we also reach out to members of the community and yourselves who are students at schools. We do lectures, and we actually have a parang band. Yes. We have a section called the Canine and Mounted branch, where if you are interested in riding horses, you can also be exposed to this. And now I will get to my main purpose here today to tell you about the Fraud Squad section. Our section is deemed a Class 1 section. What does a Class 1 section mean? It means that we are more an elite section, meaning that we are considered to be classy. Yes, we have to dress a particular way. We have to look a particular way. We have to speak a particular way. Why is that? Because for the most part, we deal with a certain section of society, and I'll explain that further on. So we have two sections within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and that is the Fraud Squad office at South, and we have a Fraud Squad office at Port of Spain. So we service the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. So for you to be a member of the Fraud Squad section, we look at certain things. We look at your attitude. Remember, you are already a police officer. So now we are looking at your behavior towards the work and the work environment. We look at your attitude. We look at your integrity. Are you a trustworthy person? We look at whether you have an investigative mind, and that will come from your performance within the police service. We look at your investigative experience for the most part. We also look at whether you can motivate yourself, whether you can make decisions for yourself, whether when something happens, you can be trusted to make the right decisions. Yes? We look further at the selection process, remembering you are already a police officer. So sometimes when you are actually in the police training academy, we send personnel from the Fraud Squad to look at you, look at your behavior at training. We look at how you present yourself as a trainee, and we send persons to interview the potential candidates who may be persons interested in coming to the fraud squad, or who maybe your instructors may say, these are the persons who we will recommend to come to the fraud squad. So you can actually join the TTPS, and straight from the training college, we can take you into the fraud squad based on your behavior, your attitude at the training process. As a police officer, we advertise through what we call the police portal. So this is an online site for police officers specifically. And when you view it, you may see an ad, and it will tell you that the fraud squad is interested in taking in new personnel, police officers, and you can make an individual application, or we can take recommendations from other officers who you may have worked with and can attest to your integrity and your ability to work within the fraud squad. When you are chosen, we do background checks, and these checks are done by fraud squad officers. We have a section that is called a criminal intelligence unit. They deal with offenses such as narcotics, drugs, whether you are involved in the criminal life, because you may or may not find police officers who would find themselves within that type of environment. We have officers from another section called the special branch, and we also check your sick leave records to see whether you abuse sick leave, whether you're a person, you're always staying home and taking sick leave, not coming to work. After we have checked all of that, there's an interview process by a panel of officers from the fraud squad itself. And once you have been successful, you are exposed to a polygraph test. A polygraph test is where they test your honesty. They ask you questions to see whether you are telling the truth. And once you have been selected, we take you through an induction training where we teach you everything that you need to know to be a successful and professional fraud squad officer. Now, with respect to the types of investigations we do at the fraud squad, we conduct white collar crimes. Now, I told you earlier I would explain. White collar crimes are crimes that are committed for financial gain. So you are doing something that is wrong to get either money or property. And usually these crimes are not violent, meaning that these crimes do not involve someone being stabbed or someone being shot. The main purpose of these crimes is to obtain money, property, or to avoid losing existing property, or to gain a personal or commercial advantage. Personal meaning for you individually, or commercial meaning business-wise. Now, I have prepared we have an audiovisual unit, so they are responsible for filming and videotaping things within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And as such, they did provide me with a small skit showing you, if you're interested of becoming a police officer, what you would be called upon to do as a police officer out there. It is not specific to fraud squad, but it will give you an idea of the excitement that you can be involved in as a police officer. So you will look at my short skit.
Police emergency.
Hello, police. Two men is just
robbed my family. They took everything.
Okay,
They
ma'am.
took the car too.
Okay, someone will be sent shortly.
Baby call.
All units. Be on the lookout for a white motor vehicle. Registration number unknown. Last seen heading south along the Uriah Butler Highway. This vehicle was taken from the owner. Suspects are said to be armed and dangerous. All units reading this transmission, please acknowledge the command center. Over.
Look, vehicle spotted.
Roger, command center. Vehicle spotted. I'll take and proceed. Command center. Vehicle inside. Joining pursuit.
Make policing a career. Join the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Stand out and serve with pride.
So this was just a short skit identifying what the police does and how it is easy for us to use technology when offenses are committed. And this technology is also utilized at the fraud squad. And I would just like to telling you, children, that if you do wish to become a police officer, if you read the Bible, you can look at Philippians 4 and verse 13. It says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So just tell yourself, I want to be a police officer. I can do all things, and you will be successful once you speak positive things into your life. So I want to just thank you for having me here today. I hope that it was very beneficial to you.
Thank you, ASP. Okay, let me just get my camera on. Okay, do we have any questions for the ASP? And usually we have a lot of questions, huh? So let's see how many questions we have coming in. Waiting. Okay, so questions are coming in. They are typing it up. So ASP, in the meantime, let me find out. All right, so I'm in the police service and I get into the fraud squad. Is there any kind of relationship with the fraud squad and cyber unit, cyber crime unit?
Yes, there is. All sections within the TTPS are usually linked in that you may be, well, let me speak specific to the fraud squad. We will be investigating a crime that was committed and was reported, and we may need to get information from the victim's phone, and we can take that phone to the cybercrime unit. They can now analyze the phone and get information from the phone. So there is a link to cybercrime and the fraud squad unit.
Okay, good. Well, I think apparently someone was very interested in the little skit you showed just now, because a question that came in was asking if the individuals got locked up.
Actually, it was a skit and everyone on that skit were police officers. Even the bandits, they are police officers. But yes, we do, for the most part, we lock up the suspects and take them to court.
Okay. Someone asked, oh my gosh, when was the last time a cop was shot?
A police officer, I recall in about 3 months ago, 2 months ago, a police officer was shot, but that was a domestic situation and he subsequently passed away.
Okay, all right.
Unless the person wants to be specific to a cop being shot during the execution of his duty.
Yeah, in the line of duty.
In the line of his duty, I recall some years ago, a police officer went to get something. He was on duty and he went to get something to eat at a restaurant in Aruka and he was shot and killed.
Wow.
It's not a very frequent occurrence. It doesn't happen often.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Okay, did you always wanted to end up in the fraud squad?
There was in 90, I am a Tobagonian and I worked in Tobago, and in 1999 I came to Trinidad to work, and when I saw the way the fraud squad officers operated, it was one of my passions to be a part of the fraud squad. Yes, I like the way they care about themselves, and yes.
So we didn't really have any fraud squad officers in Tobago. You met them first in Trinidad.
In Trinidad, we don't have an office or a section in Tobago. So if there are any crimes in Tobago, we are given plane tickets, we are given accommodation in Tobago, and we go to Tobago and conduct investigations.
Oh, okay. All right. How do you take fingerprints?
Specific to a criminal or to a victim, or sorry, a civilian. We take fingerprints for civilians who want a certificate of character to show that they are good people. When that happens, they come to the station and the prints are taken and rolled like this on a machine that registers the print electronically. Prior to that, we would dip the finger in ink, a black ink, and we would place it on paper and roll it. When the electronic part of it does not work, we resort back to the old way of doing things.
Oh boy, I'm seeing a lot of questions coming here. I'm trying to decipher some. Okay. What subject do you need?
Sorry, no, I was just saying maybe we have a lot of children who wants to become police officers.
Oh, I got a couple. I love police. All right. Okay, what subjects do you need to be a police officer?
Okay, you have to have 5 subjects. The only one that they are specific with, it's English language, because as a police officer, you have to do a lot of writing. And at the fraud squad specifically, it involves a lot of writing and a lot of reading. So you have to have that ability to be able to do the job effectively, and that is why English is mandatory.
Okay. How long have you been in the fraud squad?
I only came to the fraud squad the 13th of September, and that was because of my rank. I was transferred here, so it has not been very long.
Okay. And then someone asks again, boy, these questions from these kids. How old were you when you joined? I'm going to say TTPS because they are saying fraud squad, but I'll say TTPS.
Well, I was 20 years of age, 20, and I have 27 years service.
Okay, good, good. Oh boy, are there a lot of rules in the police service? I guess
Yes,
for the officers to follow.
Yes, they are. We are a disciplined organization, and we have to have a lot of respect. There are laws to govern how we operate, and those laws are came from Parliament. Also, within the TTPS, the Commissioner of Police is responsible for making rules, which we call standing orders or departmental orders. So yes, we have a lot of rules to follow.
Okay, and I keep seeing this one coming up and I did not ask it before, so I guess they probably saying, missing ask my question yet, so let me ask it. Do you love your job? I know the answer, but do you love your job?
I love my job. I am very passionate about my job. I think it is one of the best jobs in the world, specifically being able to serve your community.
Okay, great. So ASP Woods Dalloway, I want to thank you for being here. It was indeed a pleasure and very refreshing hearing from you this morning. You know, we like the approach that you took to ensuring that the children understand more about the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And we do look forward to seeing you again at probably another presentation, another session somewhere. And we want to encourage you and all the officers that work with you to continue doing the good job that you are doing, ensuring that we are safe and we are protected. So on behalf of Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Division, St. Patrick Educational District, Guidance and Counseling Sections, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to you for being here today with us to share your wealth of knowledge and information with the parents, teachers, and students of the St. Patrick Educational District Primary Section. Thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome. It was a great pleasure. It was really a pleasure to be here, and feel free to call upon the fraud squad at any time. We are pleased to serve.
Thank you very much. Okay, students, and I know we have more questions coming in because we are all interested in being police officers. We are all interested in what takes place within the police service. We all want to find out about what these officers do from time to time when they are not on duty, when they are on duty. And it was indeed an interesting session. So before we move on, I need to ask one more riddle. So I have a riddle to ask you all. Let's see who could get this one. Let me look for an easy one. This one is interesting. Let's see. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. Sometimes I tumble, sometimes I fall. I keep the stars safe and make them look tall. Who am I? What is my job? So this is something about movies, okay? Giving you a hint, something about movies. All right, here the riddle again. Sometimes I tumble, sometimes I fall. I keep the stars safe and make them look tall. Who am I? What do I do? 2 minutes to share your answers with me. And while you are thinking of your answers, I'm going to invite our tech department to play one of our fillers for you on the steel pan. Send in your answers. Okay, and there we heard our national instrument, the steel pan. Beautiful, beautiful rendition, gentlemen. I could listen to that whole day. I love it. So I haven't gotten the correct response as yet. Remember, I gave you a clue, and the clue says it's something to do with movies, being in the movies, something to do with movies and being in the movies. All right. Sometimes I tumble, sometimes I fall. I keep the stars safe and make them look tall. All right. Sometimes I tumble, sometimes I fall. I keep the stars safe and make them look tall. Okay. I'll give you 1 more minute again to send me your response. 1 minute. One minute, nothing as yet? Ah, okay, somebody telling me Star Wars, yes, but it's something to do with movies. It's not the name of a movie. All right, you know what? Let me give you the answer. It is a stunt double. You know, in the movies, you have someone who would do the stunts for the actor, for the star. Okay, it's a stunt double. Maybe that was a little difficult and tricky. Let me give you another one. Okay, let me give you all an easy one. Okay. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. I walk with smoke, a queen, and thousands of workers. Who am I? What is my job? That's the riddle. It's pretty easy. Certain that you all would get it. I'm going to say it again. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. I work with smoke, a queen, and thousands of workers. Who am I? What is my job? So somebody who works with a queen and thousands of workers, and you have queen and workers in open and closed parentheses. So 2 minutes to give me that answer. Marina Despot, you're close. What is my job? Marina Despot, you were very close. What is my job? Who am I? What do I do? One more minute. Come, Marina, you almost got it. And at this time, while we waiting on the answers, you all could run to the washroom, take a sip of water and come back. And Isa Deodranine, not sure if your name was spelled correctly, is correct. Round of applause. Yay! The answer is beekeeper. Now make sure to tell us the school you are representing so that we would know how to contact you. Isa, you were correct. It is a beekeeper. Very good. Let's give you another one. While some people go to the washroom and come back, let's try another quiz. Listen up. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. Plates, bars, and benches are the tools I use. My mirror tells if I win or lose. Who am I? What do I do? Okay, so remember, let's try that one again. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. Plates, bars, and benches are the tools I use. My mirror tells if I win or lose. Who am I? What do I do? So we have another quiz up. Come on, let's get the responses. Let me give you a hint. All right, you're going to get the answer as soon as I give the hint. Think of a gym. Think of a gym. And the first correct answer we will acknowledge. So let's get it. Plates, bars, and benches are the tools I use. My mirror tells if I win or lose. All right, Duvaldo Amerso, you are correct. Bodybuilder. Let us know what school you represent, please. Thank you very much. All right, so that's it with our quizzes for now. We're going to come back with more quizzes later. At this time, I want to introduce to you our next presenter. So our next presenter is Mr. Eric Lewis of Entrepreneur Construction, which is a construction company, and he is here to tell us about the different types of occupations or jobs that exist within the construction industry. So I want to welcome with us today, Mr. Eric Lewis of Entrepreneur Construction Company.
Okay, hi guys, and as I've been introduced, I'm Eric Lewis. I'm also the chair. I'm the chair for Paulo Boys Enterprises Limited here in Muruga. I'll tell you a bit about that. However, I am 36 years old. I started this construction company, which basically was something that I in I basically improved it from my family's old company, which generally was about agriculture. And the leverage that we had, or that I had, was basically planning. The first thing is planning. So I have some words here, and this is what I want you to think about when you think about your company. Plan, feel, have a positive attitude. Your attitude, your goals, your dreams, determination, invest, hope, and aspire. So we're going to be touching on those things, right? And that's what I want to speak about in setting up your company, or how you go about setting up a company, or being a business person or entrepreneur. And about our company, a little bit about it. Our company basically was formally established in 2015. And before that, my family had this company just, doing ad hoc, doing some work here, doing some work there. But at the same time, things were not formalized, right? Now, in Trinidad and Tobago, if you are setting up a company, you'd have to have it registered with the ministry, the various government ministries, for example, like Ministry of Legal Affairs. After that, you want to have a bank account, a company's account, a bank account in the company's name so that you can do your transaction. You'd also want to, you'd have to write bylaws, right? So the bylaws would guide how your company runs and how your company functions. And these bylaws would also help, engage investors or business persons or potential business clients, that will be coming to you for your service or your products. And at our company, we have been able to sustain and supply those things. At the same time, I wanted to keep in mind some of the keywords that I would have pointed out to you. Planning. Planning is very, very important in establishing your company. You'd want to ensure that your company would be, let's say, be able to fulfill its objectives, which you're set out to do, not just making money, but carrying a great name and a good representation of what you are offering. You don't want to be setting up a company or doing a business that people don't know anything about. I am a young entrepreneur, as you could still see that. I'm 36, as I said earlier, and the company, I basically had it set up when I was 28 years old, not just without a clue, but I had some ideas about it. I did not study business at school. I did not go to do business studies. However, I had that experience from my family's, prior business. And I'll just share with you a few things that I did as a child. At school, I was always entrepreneurial in the sense that when I'm going to school, I would make some plums and make plum chow and sell that at school. I know that was okay back then. And sometimes I'd bring to school oranges and sell that. Or, we had an excessive amount of mangoes. And I remember putting up some mangoes at the roadside, and I sold like $100, like back in 1990, 1992, right? Now that's a lot of money back then. And, and I thought about ways that I can invest this money so that I can have more money. I was just a child. And I thought about that, how can I invest this money? And the reason why you want to invest, right? So I've invested here. The reason why you want to invest is to make sure that your business, your company could be sustainable, and that you would have money and your business would have money. And, a lot of people say do things that you love to do things with a passion, do it with a joy. Sometimes that isn't always the case. You don't always fall into a business or a company that you're going to always love to do or love that type of business. However, it may help you to get to where you should be financially stable and financially viable in the long run. Now, if you have a good business venture or business plan or business strategy, go after it at all costs. Put things aside, focus on what you want to do, and don't let anyone deter you from what you're doing. At the same time, I'm not saying don't take advice, don't listen to what people are saying to you, but think about that and go your direction, go into that positive direction on what you're doing. I'll just pause for 1 minute. Yes, so as I was saying, focus and go towards your goals without any distractions, right? The other thing I want to speak about would be your, you see I have the word here, aspire, and I also have feel and aspire. So your feeling should be one of confidence, have confidence in yourself, have confidence in your plan, see yourself, be upright about it, and, be motivated intrinsically. Sometimes you may seek motivation or encouragement from outside. It may not always happen, but at the same time, you have to be confident and feel yourself, and really project yourself in a great, in a good way, in a great way, with a lot of meaning, with a lot of confidence, self-confidence, and that should also help you in your aspiration to achieving your goals. Do we have any questions thus far? All right. So the next thing that I would like to move on to in the company, right, and about what our company has done and what we do. So basically, our company has done some general construction in the southern part of Trinidad here. Not a whole lot, but it has been good and good enough for what we have set out to, aspire to achieve. So far, we have built some rig sites for oil companies, for Range Resources, which was, well, and then before we had the whole decline in the oil industry. So we built rig sites for them. We also did some construction at the Maruga fishing facility. We have that project going on right now. We also did another construction project at the Maruga agro processing. We did some other small and private construction for other smaller companies or for individuals who are, who may have requested our company's service. So our equipments would range from excavators, backhoes, bulldozers, tractors, farmers, all that different stuff. And then you have a fleet of vehicles so that you can get to where you're going. Now, a very, very important way of setting up your business is to ensure that you have capital. And sometimes when you hear capital, you might think of a capital city or the capital letter, but capital in this case would mean the finances or the resources that you would need to set up your business, or the resources to keep your business going and growing. Now, when you get involved in one aspect of business or entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial development, you may also see other avenues for investment and other avenues for development of your own business, and also avenues to ensure sustainability of your business plans, right? And that is what I have seen. And one question that I asked myself, and what I've looked also, I've also looked at the experiences of other business persons or other business companies or other construction companies around the country. And sometimes you may pass and look at a construction company and you see 50 different heavy equipment just parked up there rotting away. Or you might see a company rise, reach great heights and then it falls or it collapses. And you ask yourself why. You ask yourself why. What would have caused the downfall? What would have caused the closure of the company? What might have caused bankruptcy and all of those things? Now, in managing your business, it is very important to take and keep record of your daily activity, somewhat like a journal, like your own personal journal, as well as a log. So what I do, I have a logbook, which I write what's done in the company on a daily basis. At the same time, whatever I can't keep up with, I have other persons who take note of that. So, note keeping, not just note keeping, but bookkeeping, it's what it's called. So bookkeeping is very important, where you keep track of how much expenditure, how much money you spend, how much money you put out into the company, how much money comes in, and you try to balance that and ensure that you're making a profit, a valuable profit, not just a profit for the company, but also a profit for you. And always remember in business that you have to pay yourself also, right? Now, some people think that, because I'm the boss or I run the business and the assets of the business, that's two different things. You are an individual, your business is a company. You may have other persons and directors and so on set up working with you. And sometimes you might be the last to get paid because you want to ensure that your business runs smoothly, or the business or the company runs smoothly without financial restraints, right? And doing so can also put you yourself in a in a compromising position. But at the same time, you would have to find another way to pay back yourself for your work, your diligence to the company, right? To your entrepreneurial company. And I would like to speak a little more about investment and starting up your company and also financing your company. For us, I was just share personally what we did. We had property and land, and well, still do, and we have that. And we took some of that property, we mortgaged it, right? We had an investor who was willing to mortgage and hold our property as security, and we took that money and invested it into the company to be able to mobilize the work, right? When you say mobilize, it means to get the work going, to get equipment on site, to get material. So we have to build roads. We might have to bring, bring in other heavy equipment to work with us to get that job going and to get that job done. Now, what if you didn't have a property or another mean of, setting up your business, of financially being stable to get that business going? What some companies do is that they take the contract, the written contract agreement after the bid may have been approved, and take that to the bank and hope that they get through. But what I have found best working is if you have some sort of collateral before. Some people even pawn their vehicles, or depending on the size of the resources that may be necessary to start your project. Some people use their vehicles, they may pawn their houses, but I always think it's best if you have a separate piece of land, that you can use as a source of business investment to start your business going. And that works out very well, so that, in the event of an emergency, let's say that the company that you're working for doesn't pay you on time, or the government doesn't pay you on time, you don't risk losing your home or something that's very important to you. And that's another thing, as I said, risk. In business, you have to be able to take big risks sometimes to make it. The ideas may not look, all bright and shiny, and sometimes even if they do, it might be the best. But in business, big business people take big risks, and a lot of times, and sometimes you have very big losses as well. But at the end of the day, you must see that, even if you're losing in setting up your business or starting up a business, what are you learning from it? What do you need to improve on? What do you need to do to get this business going? Again, in the first year of me setting up our family's, the business, the Palo Boys Enterprises Limited, within 3 months, I was able to make $1 million profit, $1 million profit. When I went back to the tax office, the guy at the tax office, and don't forget your taxes, don't forget that you have to pay health surcharge, and you have to have an insurance. The insurances are very, very important, that you'd be able to settle, other things. I'll get back to that in a little while. But when I made that first $1 million, the guy at the tax office, he shook my hand, he said, $1 million in 3 months. He said, this is really, really good. And he shook my hand and he congratulated me. And that's the mindset that you want to have in your business. And your business is about a mindset. It's about a projection of yourself. You are going to be the business. You are the face of the business. You are the image of the business. And with all of that comes responsibility. Now, if someone is going to do business with you or investment, some of the things that they might look at is the way that you dress or the way that you present yourself. So if it is that you're timid and a shy person, that might not be something that another business person or client might really be interested in. You really have to be brave. You have to be forward. You have to be, upfront and, astute about the things that you're doing, and not let anybody walk over you. At the same time, gentle, but, firm in your decisions, firm in your administration of what you're doing. And that's the next thing I want to speak about, administration. You would have people working with you, you have people working under you, you have people working to the side of you. And being a good leader also means to listen to your workers. It means to treat them well, treat them with respect, treat them with, with all caution, because sometimes people might be working for you, but they may not really like you or like what you're doing, but at the same time, they might smile with you. So you have to be careful of treachery at the same time, and jealousy also would follow. About your insurance and having insurance, importance of having insurance is that you as the company CEO or chairman or managing director, you will not be liable to pay people's expenses if they are damaged or injured, right? So sometimes you may have a construction company, and quite often in construction companies, you have, incidents where a person might lose a limb, they can get, injured, other bodily harm, they can also suffer death and other, problems like that. And you can't stand liability because someone will sue your company for that. And I mean, that would be the end of it. That would be the end of your business. So insurance says help to ensure that your workmen are compensated in the case or the event of any injury or disaster happening on the work site. So you have workmen compensation plans, which you could take out with different insurances here in Trinidad. And you also have the national insurance, which is something that you pay separate and aside, which is deducted from the company and from the worker on a monthly or fortnightly basis, depending on how you pay them. Another thing that you'd want to also have would be a good setup with other businesses similar to yours in the event that you need to source or outsource other things. Now, as a young person, I did not know everything about construction. I didn't even know some of the terms when I started. But at the same time, if you set up like, association or affiliation with other companies, you can outsource things that you yourself can't supply and put that under the heading of your company. For example, we don't do electrical. At the same time, I was able to source electricians to complete another aspect of the job and add a profit onto that so that my company makes a profit, let's say of 10% or 15%, depending on whatever I would negotiate for of every dollar made. So it's like, you're working and you make money just by administration of your business and someone else's business, and the other business makes a profit, you make a profit, and whoever you're working for, the company or the government, they are satisfied. Let's say the client. And another example of that would be, you might have to get engineers also to do specific recommendations regarding a particular area or aspect of business. And that too, you can outsource. And I remember one time we were given a huge project, and one of the investors asked, "Oh, so what about offshore drilling? Would you be able to supply that?" Immediately I said, yes, we'd be able to supply that, because in my head, I already thought of other companies that, I would have been working with or associated with who would be able to assist with that type of heavy, more complicated process of offshore drilling. And, but at the same time in business, you can use your name, you can do the business name, you can use your franchise name to establish and to get your footway into what you want to do. And that's like, it's similar to KFC. I'll just use KFC as an example. Everybody knows, okay, KFC, it's an American franchise, but we have it here in Trinidad, and we have the name, we have the brand, but at the same time, you have different managers, you have different people working there and also benefiting from that same company or the company's name and the company's setup. I would also like to say something to you guys and share this with you all also. In business, you have to think about, again and again, sustainability. Sustainability means to ensure that your business continues to exist. You don't want your business to be, doing well now and like next year you don't have any money, you're bankrupt and you're in a mess, right? So what you do in business is that in your business plan, let me see, right up here, you have to invest. You have to invest and you continue to invest. Now, sometimes you may have heard the saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? And why? And that basically means don't just put everything in the same space that if something happens, you can't recuperate, you can't do anything else because that's all you know and that's all you're able to do. And as I say, knowing other things, knowledge, building your knowledge and your expertise in various areas will also make your company more attractive for investment and make you yourself more attractive towards a client because you're educated in particular fields, or you are knowledgeable in particular areas, which would also boost your demand for your business or business interaction with other clients, right? So while I'm speaking about investing, another way of investing is also in real estate. Now, there's only a certain amount of land space that exists in the world and a certain amount of properties that exist. And since the last time we checked, God isn't creating any more land, right? I mean, recently we had this volcano at Palma Island in Spain, but that's it. But my point is that real estate investment is also something lucrative and something really good that, business people do also. So for example, let's say you're doing a construction site and you have a whole excess of materials, building materials. If you have an excess of building materials, you can take that building material, build a house or a housing complex, depending on how much you may have, a beach house, a rental apartment or something, and then you have another source of income coming in there. And you always want to look at multiple sources of income coming into your business. You don't just want one source of income, you want multiple sources. So in the event that some part of your business isn't doing good enough, you have another source coming in there, and at the same time making your business more lucrative and sustainable. And that also helps strengthen your financial freedom of what you'd want to do or how you can enhance your business as well. I know a lot of people have been also speaking about investing in cryptocurrency, which is something present, it's something modern also, and that too can be a way of looking at, spending some of your earnings into investing into, modern ways and updated ways of investing and growing your income rather than just putting your money in a fixed deposit, And in business, you would also want to think about what saving plans you may have, or what in the bank, whether you have banking, some sort of business investment in the bank where you probably buy shares. At the same time, shares does not always guarantee that you're going to make money or it's going to be increasing or continuously increasing, because shares also fluctuate. It goes up, it goes down, and sometimes it just doesn't go anywhere. And but one thing is that real estate generally 95% of the time continues to increase and the valuation of it continues to go up. Now, if you're buying property and you're investing some of your business finances into that, then I would also recommend that you buy something that's worth, let's say, $20, and you make a deal and you get it bought for, let's say, $15 or $12, and you always try to bargain and try to negotiate. Don't ever just take the first price and say, okay, yeah, I'm going to take this for this price, but always try to bargain and negotiate so that you get the cheapest price. However, if you're doing business and you're going to, I remember one time setting to bid, right? Setting to bid means that I'm in office here with the client, and I realized that my price was very low. So the person was, okay, so is this all, Mr. Lewis? Is this all that you're going to be adding? Is this the general price of the quote, or do you have anything else to add on to it? And with the tone that she says, I was like, no, I have to add some additional stuff, like, for mobilization, for this, for that. And I said a few stuff along the line there, and I realized just then that my price was so low that it was, already accepted, so technically I'd already gotten through. But at the same time, you have to read people's body language. You have to listen to their tone of voice when you're doing business with them, and use a little bit of psychology as well, so that you can also win some really good deals in getting best pay for your work. I mean, that too could be quantified and quantified at the same time. Right. So another thing that we would have done in our business venture is that we also use some of our investment into agriculture, let's say agrodynamics and agro business. So right now, our company would also own like somewhere around collectively 400 acres of property of land, and some of them have buildings and so on. So we use that now as a form of continuous investment and sustainable investment in our own company. And that in that way, and in so doing, we would have doubled the company's asset at the same time my worth. So right now, my network will be somewhere around 60 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars, just over 60 million or so. And that is due to continuous investment. At the same time, I mean, I'm sharing this with you guys, but it's not something that I see on the street or just, pass around and flaunt. And when you're building up your business, another thing that you need to remember, sacrifice. You need to make sacrifices to set your business together. And I don't mean ancient rituals and blood sacrifice, right? I mean, you need to make sacrifices in the sense that in the early part of your business, you're not going to be able, well, you may not be able to have a Range Rover or a BMW or a X5 or something, but you might have, a simple vehicle to get you to where you want to go. You're not going to run after the luxury things in the beginning of your business. You're not going to be running after, the eating outs and going to parties and nightclubs and all of that, because you really want to use your focus and keep your focus on developing yourself and using every cent that you have and pumping it into your business, and ensuring that you have a balanced life, that, that you read, that you rest well, that you exercise, that you have a good mindset, a good frame of mind when you're doing business, because a good frame of mind is going to really, really help you propel and get further on in life. And another thing that I will just touch on quickly is also working ethics. Sometimes as a business person or a young entrepreneur now coming out and just wanting to set up a business, you might want to work for someone first, not just for the money. Let's say you're working at a company, probably as an assistant administrator or just in the office or out in their fields, depending on what type of company or business you are attracted to. You might want to do that just to get an experience. Experience is always going to be, from now until forever, the greatest teacher that you're going to have, right? So if you get that experience and you use those experiences to build your business from somebody else's business, then that can also make you a better entrepreneur of yourself, not classifying yourself as a business person in comparison to someone else, but always be better than yourself. And write your business plan down, plan it out, have a whiteboard like this to write your plans out, sketch it out, see how things are going to work. Always do risk assessment and always think, what if this doesn't work out? What if that doesn't work out? What if I don't get through with this business? What if something falls through? How are you going to bail yourself out, And always think about the risk factors and have risk management things in place. And when I say risk management would also have to do with having backup plans. You have a backup plan if something falls through, or you have a backup plan if there's an accident, an incident, and always think about ways of finding solutions to problems. One of the best ways of setting a business and one of the most important thing that's needed in society, and I say society, I mean in today's world, in the future world, would be solution to problems. So if you can think of finding solution to problems that you can solving these problems, that's a business right there. See what the market needs. You might want to have a company and set up a company that manufactures, a manufacturing company. If you're getting into something like manufacturing, then you'd want to go work in some space and get that experience where manufacturing is done, so that you get a first-hand experience of how that type of, a factory runs, Or if you want to get into some kind of construction, really get into the construction, go work with people, get hands-on, put your hands into it, put your back into it, do some building work with them, and really get to know the different levels of a business. And I always like to say, use the grassroots approach, where you yourself are involved in the project, so much so that no worker could underestimate your capabilities. So if you're into, I'm not saying that, you have to be the best mason or the best person who's going to put blocks up or erect a building using that. But at the same time, you should have some little expertise and experience and knowledge of how much work should be done on a daily basis. If you have 50 workers and you say, all right, each worker should be able to erect 150, 160 or 200 blocks per day, then well, okay, at the end of the day, I should have 2,000 2,500, 2,600 blocks, you know, running, built up or erected on your compound already. You know, so at the moment, like right now, we are working on the Muruga fishing facility. We're also working on a beach resort here in Muruga as well. And also we have some other construction stuff going on 6 different buildings as well, right in the area. And that too is happening simultaneously. So right now I'm here and I have management teams taking care, well, not a whole lot of management, but I have management set up in a good way that I don't have to be there, and a team that's taking care of some management at one work site. I have another work site. I have 3 operational work sites right now where people are working at this time. And that I feel good and confident in my workers. I feel good and confident in the work that's being done because I know what they should be doing, and I know they know that I have an expectation of the amount of work that I would expect to see done on a daily basis. So we are also working on a port and 2 ports, the luxury port and the Muruga fishing facility and port there. And that too is happening in alongside a nature trail and beach resort and all that sort of stuff. And that too is an idea of you know, lucrativeness and making your business capable of doing different things, you know. So whenever you're going on a bid, the client might ask, okay, so what experience do you have? And quite often, if you don't have a lot of experience or you have very little experience, you know, the client might be very attracted to you. So sometimes you might want to do some work in the initial startup process of your business for cheap, you know, at a low rate, so that, you know, other companies, or I mean, the client or other companies might be interested in you just because your price or your rates are low, you know, and after that you can build and build and build experience until you become you know, more dynamic or more futile in the business or entrepreneurial world, where more clients will be attracted to your company. You know, it's like Junior Sammy, like everybody, a lot of people know Junior Sammy and that they're good builders of roads, etc. And you know, that's good, and that's a good business also to emulate in some cases. You also have some private and public partnership where you have government interventions in certain businesses as well. That's something that you can also think about and look up to, where you know, some facilities of the country are going to also be partnering with government. The government is going to be partnering with some private stakeholders in certain things, like the reestablishment of the Caroni farming, you know, like that project where government is planning to distribute lands and resources so that you can set up a business, an agribusiness, etc., with some of the Caroni properties. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is that think about your business. I want you to think about your business, think about your business plan. Business doesn't mean I work when I want. You know, some people have this mindset, oh, I don't want to work for anyone. And because I don't want to work for anybody, I'm going to have a business. I want to be my own boss. That's good. That's a great ambition. Keep it up. But let me tell you something. In business, you work for everyone. You work for a lot more persons than yourself, because you have a client to supply, and the client wants to see, you know, his or her plans fulfilled through you, and that's you're working for. So even if you're a boss, that means you have to work 10 times more than a worker. It means that you wake up earlier. It means that you sleep later. It means that your work as a boss or a business owner or company founder or manager or managing director, it's not 9 to 5, it's not 8 to 4. That is 24 hours, because you have to be able to take phone calls whenever it's absolutely necessary. You have to be able to manage your business, and at night you have to reflect on what, you know, wrap up on evenings. Okay, did I get sufficient work done? Was my, you know, were the task met? Was my workforce effective? You know, and ask yourself those questions, you know, and you have to be a reflective practitioner and a reflective worker in the sense of, you know, looking back at what you would have accomplished or your company would have accomplished during the day. And in the same night, you have to plan again for the other day. Planning is very, very important. So by evening, you should know, all right, tomorrow we are going to be working on this part of the project because we had a shortcoming on this end or that end, or not enough work was done. So I hope that my men business plan. Planning and reflection, reflective planning, post planning, pre-planning. So planning after you finish your work and planning before you start and planning during your work, you know, the execution of your work for your business. Do we have any questions at the moment?
Yeah. Hi. So I have some questions for you. Okay, let's see. When you were a child, did you want to have your own business? Was it something that you thought about or you dreamed about, having your own business?
Yes, it is something that I dreamed about because I didn't want to have to be reliant or dependent on anyone. And I also wanted to be able to do what I want. You know, I wanted to build things, wanted to create stuff. I wanted to know that, you know, after I am gone, that this was built by me. You know, that is something that I would have left behind.
Okay, good. All right, so I have some questions here, and I know you would have answered them during your presentation. Someone asked, how can I be a construction worker? What can I do?
A construction worker or owner or have a construction company?
Well, they said workers, so I don't know, but I guess let's look at possibly having their own company.
Well, first of all, I would say become knowledgeable about it. And if you want to work in a construction industry, construction can mean anything, right? From building up a camp on the beach, from building a high-rise building or building a house. So that all of that entails construction. And I would say having a construction company will start with the registration process. And after that, you may not even need one equipment. As I said, you should have the knowledge and the know-how, okay, of how to do this, or how this should be done, and what resources would be necessary to get stuff done. And that will be important if it is that you're thinking that you want to be, you know, be a construction or a company owner.
Okay. Is it profitable to have your own business? Can you make a lot of money? And the second part of the question would be, can you tell us how to make millions?
Yes, I just did, right? So you can make a lot of money, but I would always say, don't just let your drive behind what you're doing. Don't let it be, okay, I'm just going to be making millions, because guess what? You can make the millions and it can be very miserable and you can be not happy at all. You can have the millions and it's just there, you know, but you want to do that work with love, with joy, with excitement, with fun, that at the end of the day, you see your creation, you know, like God, you know, in quotes, like a God, that you're the creator of this world, of whatever it is that you're building. So you should take more pleasure in what you are doing, in the work, in the process, in the hard times, in the difficult times, and see it, enjoy every moment of building a business like that. Because sometimes in business, you have a lot of stress and you have a lot of work to do and a lot of responsibilities to people, to the client, to your workers, to your own financial institution, your own business itself, that you have to manage your resources well so that it doesn't deplete on you, you know. And yes, you can make a lot of money, and I just mentioned how to make lots of money and to keep that money making. One of the best ways, as I said, invest in real estate. Even if you have your business, take some of that money and start investing. The first thing I thought to myself when I was in my 20s, I said, you know what? I don't want to just have money now. I want to have money next year. I want to have money next 10 years. I want to have money next 50 years. And I want to be financially stable. So I bought 2 acres of land. And this is what I did. I sold 3 lots. Then I sold 1 lot. Then I sold another lot. I sold another 3 lots. I took that money and I bought and I used that as a collateral, another form of investment, to invest in buying more land. I bought an 11-acre parcel of land. I bought a 5-acre. I took some of that money again and some of my savings money, some of my investment money, until I bought another 250-acre parcel of land. And when you do things like that, your value goes up, your net asset. Net asset would mean everything that you have. If you put a value tag on it, you would know what your net worth is. So when you see that Elon Musk is worth how much ever billions of dollars or anybody like that, it's because they would have put a valuation on their net asset, on their assets also.
Good. Now, I know you would have said it before, and I do know this also, that having your own business, it's a lot of hard work, because you spoke of the commitment and being a responsible individual where you have to sometimes make sacrifices and not spend your money on things less important than your business. So I know it's a lot of work, but at the end of the day, one must have some form of satisfaction from doing whatever it is they are doing. So a question that came in here is asking, are you happy with your life? Do you love your work? Do you love what you do?
I'm very happy with my life. I love my work and I love my life. I hope it could be like for 200 or 300 years, because I enjoy what I do so much. And like, if I could really live very, very long like that, I'd be like, wow, I'd just be doing so much stuff. And a great part of being a good business person is also being a very good charitable person. So always remember putting back into the community, putting back into your people. And I believe I have a good security here in Muruga, and I don't feel threatened. I don't have to go anywhere with any guns or a bodyguard or anything like that. And I don't ever want to have that. I wouldn't like to live in any fear of anybody threatening my life because of what I have or my worth or anything. It's also taking care of your community. So we have distributions, we do hampered drives, food distributions. I'm also the founder of the Muruga Museum. I did, a public beach development, donated some property to the community so that the community can use some of these spaces as public spaces. You do stuff around Christmas time or even during this pandemic. We fed like over 500 families. And that's what you want to do. So you don't just want to be a hoarder of resources or a hoarder of money, but you also want to use this money for your happiness and for other people's happiness that you help people. And in that way, you feel a real good sense of accomplishment and a sense of satisfaction and a sense of fulfillment. And when you're doing your business, also think about purpose, your purpose. If you live your life, a purposeful life, knowing who you are, you're going to be a happy person. You're going to be full of joy. I mean, you're going to have your tough times. You're going to have your down times. It's not going to be easy. It's a lot of late nights. It's a lot of extensive hours you're going to have to be going. But at the end of it all, you should be able to say, you know what, I did it my way, and that I've done it all in the greatest sense of the word.
Nice. That is good. And I know for my parents and probably for your parents, they always say you have to give to get. And this is a good example of that, giving to get. All right. So I want to thank you, Mr. Lewis, for being here with us. I do appreciate it. I'm seeing questions coming in here. The children very interested in how much you are making, but we're not going to go into that right now. So I want to thank you for being here with us. Thank you for sharing. And it's always interesting for us to let children learn about non-traditional types of employment, because they often go and they just think of doctor, nurse, lawyer, and they sometimes forget construction worker. And even more importantly, in your case, not just a construction worker, but actually being the owner of the construction company, which is good. So you have workers working underneath you, which is important. So I want to thank you on behalf of Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Division, Primary Section, Guidance and Counseling. We want to thank you for being here with us this morning, sharing your knowledge with us. And again, this is even better because here we have someone from the countryside. You are not from North, you are from right here in South, albeit Southeastern. but it is still south, the southern part of the country, so that people and the children would learn to appreciate as well that you can achieve greatness by staying in South. You can achieve greatness without having to go to Port of Spain. And we too have a number of successful individuals and young individuals at that in the Southland. So I want to thank you for being here with us, and rest assured we are going to make contact with you whenever we have need for your services again. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the children I'm saying on their behalf. Thank you, sir, for being here with us today.
You're most welcome, and you guys can follow me on Instagram, Prince of Muruga 1 on Instagram. Well, I'm on TikTok, but I haven't put out a whole lot of stuff on that yet. But you can also like my page on Facebook, which is also Prince of Muruga.
Okay, great.
Thank you for having me. You're welcome.
Problem. No problem. So students, here we come to the end of our morning session. I want to thank you all for paying attention this morning. We are going to take a short break for lunch. So I am trusting that you are going to get your food, eat something nice, drink something nice, and be back here at 12:30, which is the end of lunch, for us to continue with our afternoon session. This morning was indeed a wonderful experience, and I know we have more exciting things for you to learn about this afternoon. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye. Good afternoon and welcome back. I'm trusting that you all had some very healthy and hearty lunches. Okay, as we are about to start our evening's session, I want to start off with a riddle. So I hope that you all will be able to get my riddle, give me the answers quickly, and then we would get into our presentation, our first presenter for the evening. So let's see. Riddle me this. This is an easy one. Riddle me that. Fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. Riddle me this. Riddle me that. Fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. Who am I? What do I do? So put your answers in the chat. Put your answers in the chat. 1 minute for the answer. I'm waiting 1 minute. I'm looking for the responses. Okay, come again, Ari, come again. You're close, but it's not that. Think about it. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answers, put it in the chat. Fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. Who am I? What do I do? And we have a winner, Jaheem Batiste. Wonderful. A chef. Very good. Very good. Jaheem Batiste. Please tell us what school you are representing so we can make contact with your school so that you can get your little reward for paying attention and answering our riddle. Very, very good. Wonderful. Okay. So now that we have a winner to that riddle, we are going to get into our presenters. We are now going to get into our presenters. This afternoon, our first presenter for the evening comes from SM Jalil. And they would have sent us a team of presenters. So telling us about your job opportunities that you can have at SM Jalil. And we all know what SM Jalil make, right? If you're not sure, they will tell you. We have presenting this evening Nadeem Ali, Shania Kalicharan, and Kanesia Doyle. These are the individuals who will be presenting for SM Jalil. Again, children, as I keep asking, that you take notes and ask questions. All right? We are here to answer questions. They are here to answer questions. So please take notes, ask your questions. But in the meantime, let's sit back, relax, and listen to the presenters as they present what SM Jalil has to offer. Hi, Kanesia, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having us today.
Hi,
Today
Nadeem.
on the call, we have Nadeem as well, Nadeem Ali, and Shania Kalicharan as well.
Okay, welcome.
Thanks. So today, my name is Kanesia Doyle. I am a HR representative here at SM Jalil, and we just wanted to share with you all this afternoon a little bit about what we do and how we make our company run, right? So SM Jalil, if you know, we are one of the leaders in the non-alcoholic beverage market in the Caribbean. And we produce things like, you may be familiar with Chubby and Viva or Oasis water. So those are some of the products. So some of the things that hopefully you enjoyed during your lunch break a little while ago. But how do we find a success in a nearly 100-year-old company? I truly believe it's through our people. We have people that have grown with the organization like Nadeem has. We have some new additions to our team like Shania has, and they will share a little bit about what they do and how they help our organization be the success that it is today. So I'll pass it over to Shania and she can share a little bit about her story.
Hi everyone, can you all hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Shania Calitran. I'm 24 years old and I work at the Quality Assurance Department here at SMG. So quality assurance or QA is very critical in food manufacturing. So as we all know, the food that we eat has a direct impact on our health. So at the QA department, I work alongside a team of food scientists like myself to ensure that we provide our consumers with safe and consistent products. So in a nutshell, what we do is we run a series of laboratory checks throughout our production process. So this is really just to ensure that our products are safe for consumption and that the quality is consistent throughout the manufacturing processes. So very importantly, we also have a strict adherence to sanitation protocols. And this is really to completely avoid any potential health hazards or foodborne illnesses. So at SMG, we have our bottle haul lab. So basically, this is where all the testing will be done for our bottle products. So things like Chubby, Buster, Cocoa, things I'm sure we're all familiar with. We also have our Tetra Pak lab. So this is basically where testing is done for our Fruta Packs. We also have a PET lab where we manufacture our own bottles. And we also have a microbiology lab. So for anyone who may be interested in a career in microbiology, microbiology is actually a critical component in food safety because it's heavily involved in food storage and preservation. So for anyone listening who may be interested in a career like this, I want to say that I started off just like you all. I went to Grand Memorial Presbyterian School right here in San Fernando, and eventually I went on to Naparima Girls High School. So it really wasn't until the later part of my secondary school education that I really began the thought process into what type of career I wanted to pursue. And my advice would be that if there's a career you're interested in or careers you may be interested in, is to take the time and do your research on it. So figure out things like what your educational requirements may be. If a tertiary education is necessary, what are your local opportunities here in Trinidad? And above all else, I would say pursue what you love, because that was a heavy influence in my decision to pursue a degree in biochemistry and biology. So I knew that I wanted to have a very proactive job role in the scientific community. So with a degree like biochemistry and biology, it really offers you many opportunities with professional roles in medicine, genetics, agriculture. So in my case, it opened up a door into exploring the career field of food technology and production. So basically, food technology and production is a branch of food science, and it really explores things like the production process, the quality control process, as well as the research and development process. And those three concepts are heavily explored at SMGLE. So we also have our own research and development lab. So as I mentioned, I always wanted to have a very proactive role in the scientific community. So I would also recommend that you don't be intimidated by traditional roles and job roles here. There are many opportunities because we live in a very fast evolving world, and science, especially in the scientific community, it's based on potential. So don't be discouraged to look at different or unique career paths. And I also want to mention that growing up, I was incredibly shy and incredibly quiet. And I believe that pursuing this career in the scientific community, it helped me develop self-confidence. Because as a scientist, you have to be very confident in your knowledge to defend your theories, your techniques, your hypotheses. So I do want to say that as my desire and passion grew for my field, so did my desire to continue to learn. So I want to leave that with you all, is to never stop asking questions. Always be proactive in developing your skill sets, because it was through my tertiary education and developing my skills at UE that I was able to grasp this opportunity here at SMGLE. So I want to leave that with you all, and I want to wish everyone the best in whatever they decide to do on your career journey. And I hope everyone continues to stay safe and have a good day. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Shania. And I know as she didn't go into this very much today, but Shania is also working the night shift at our operation, which goes 24/7. So I'm not sure if you want to stick around. I know I really begged for 5 minutes of your time. So if you have to go, you can. If you can't stick around, that would be great as well. Up next, we have Nadeem Ali, and he will tell you a little bit about what he does.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadeem Ali. I am currently employed in SMGLE for the past 11 years. I work in the utilities department where I head the department. So an overall view of the department is basically the maintenance aspect. And we also work closely with QA also, ensuring that we have a safe food product to produce for you all to consume. Growing up, I would have gone to primary school and secondary school. And during that period of time, I would have noticed that for myself, I would like to be more hands-on, take things apart, figure out how they work. And yes, from time to time, I would not be able to put it back together again. And, your parents would be angry at some point in time, but that never stopped me from going forth and exploring. So for me as an individual, I was more hands-on, and I use that as a tool to find out where did I wanted to go in my career. And being a mechanical engineer helped me along that way. So at SMGLE, we normally take apart machinery, repair them, and it's something I love doing. And one of the advice I will give you all is, whatever you have a passion to do it, keep doing it no matter what. Keep going at it, keep retooling yourself, keep going, re-educating yourself on the topics, because education is key. No matter what you have a skill set, education is key in moving forward. And things are evolving every day. New technologies, and with new technologies, you will have to have the knowledge. Think of education as a superpower. You know, everyone growing up want to be a superhero, some sort of superhero. But this will be one of the superpowers that no one can take away from you, no one. And as the older it gets, that superpower will grow with you. And I'm sure you all are familiar with Spider-Man. As I say, with great power comes great responsibility. And you will use that knowledge not only to benefit yourself, but it will also benefit the people around you, people you love, the people who are going to work with you. And as I said, knowledge is key. So I do hope in the near future to see some of you are working in the manufacturing field, going after your goals. The main thing is to go after your goals and your mindset and what it is you love to do. And what I will say is, never think of the job as work. Think of it as something you love to do. And that will give you the motivation to keep pursuing your career and your educational goals. So I hope everyone stays safe and enjoy the rest of the day and the summer.
Thanks so much, Nadeem. It has really been a pleasure being with you all today. But also, I just want to give you all a quick summary. So some of the things that Shania, as well as Nadeem, would have touched on today is to realize that some of the careers that we know today are not going to be there in 10 years when you all are ready to enter the job market, or 5 years even. If we look up 10 years ago, IT was now becoming a thing. And it's now very much the way we do business, the way we operate in all sectors. We don't know what we would have done in this past year in 2020 without the IT professionals. Really, what would COVID have looked like without IT? And it was not a career, it was not really a field. So don't limit yourself to what you can see now. Really pursue your dreams, pursue what you're interested in. They said, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. I don't think I agree with that statement. You will work hard. Some days will be more difficult than others, but you will really enjoy and find the rewards of what you do if you enjoy doing what you do. So don't be limited by what you see now. Don't be limited by what you believe you should do. Don't be limited by what your parents say you should do. Don't be limited by anything that the world puts on you. Just really pursue your dreams. Get your education. It doesn't have to be a traditional education. You can't finish primary school, go to high school. Perhaps you want to go on to a trade school. Whatever that looks like to you, continue education, continue learning and growing so that you can succeed in whatever you choose to do, right? And as Nadeem said, we hope to see some of you all in the next 7 years or so, maybe 10 years or so within SM Jalil. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So we have a question for you. All right, so we have a student who wants to know, what do you have to study in order to get into microbiology? What subjects you should focus on to get into microbiology?
I think Shania should take this one.
I would say to stick within sciences. So if you want to look at it from a CSEC point of view, do your 3 sciences and your math. From an A levels point of view, you could do the majority of your portion should be sciences, maybe a math subject if you wish. And I know specifically at UE here in St. Augustine, there's a biology degree which allows you to specialize in microbiology. So that can be an option as well. Or you could even just do a whole biology degree and specialize in something else. Or you could maybe pursue what I did, a double major. So I would also recommend going up on the UE website. They have a very detailed plan for your studies. Also, they offer academic advising if it's something you want to go to that extent. So yes, I would say focus on your sciences.
Okay, great. So I have another question. All right. Now, I know you all spoke about being or producer, I'm going to say the leading producer, most likely you are, in non-alcoholic beverages. And Kenesia, I think you mentioned water and chubby and, you know, these different things. Okay, so we have a company called Desalcut, and we all know that they purify water from the sea and, you know, and then they convert it so that we could use it to drink and to do household work and these industries as well. Can you tell us where SM Jalil get their water from that they bottle and sell?
That is a good question. Maybe Nadeem is a better place to answer this.
Yes, answer. So yes, we do get it from the Salka, and also we also further filtrate the water system. So it's not just water we just fill it directly in our bottle. We go through our 4-step filtration process before we bottle the water. So yes, we do use this Salka water.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you all use the Salcut water. Okay, great.
Yes.
All right. Another question for you all. Do you enjoy what you do? That's the question. Do you enjoy your job?
Yes, I do enjoy my job. And that's what I say. If you come to a job, and for me personally, and you consider it work, which means I don't enjoy it, you have to, whatever you're doing, you must love it and you must enjoy it. Otherwise, you will just be miserable for the rest of your life on that job. Do what you love, and you will continue to be happy no matter the circumstances on that job.
Okay. Kenesia?
I do as well enjoy my job. And I think it has been a change in perspective. Historically, people have worked in the same place for 10 years, 15 years, their entire careers, they're in the same place. I really see my role, and I'm in HR, as growing and developing people, as helping people get to where they want to be. So from the time I feel as if I'm no longer adding that value, that's when I feel as if I need to look for another opportunity to help and grow people. So I enjoy my job. I always say that to people as well. It's not like every day it's easy. By far, every day it's not easy. Some days I'm like, you want to go home and you're like, oh, I don't know if I could do this anymore. But at the core of it, as Nadeem said, I enjoy what I do. So yeah.
That's important. Shania?
I do want to mention that I'm fresh out of university. So having studied something in theory for so long and be able to see it happen in real and to practice, it's very exciting. To be in the lab, I feel like I'm in my element. So I would say, yes, I do enjoy working, and to be in a company like SM Jalil, which has a wealth of experience. Like I mentioned, when you have a passion for what you do, that passion to continue learning drives you. So I would say, yes, I am enjoying my time at SM Jalil, and I am enjoying learning a lot here.
Okay, great. So we want to know now, what is the most exciting thing about your job? What you like doing the most?
Well, for me, basically, first thing first is your daily interaction with your coworkers. Okay. Because without them, your job would just be boring. It's the people and the way you communicate. And second of all, my job entails a lot of hands-on. And as I mentioned, I grasp somewhat more hands-on activity and doing things with my hands and being able to make stuff. It already makes it enjoyable to me and help make a difference within the company. So that is it.
For myself, it's touching on the same things I just spoke about. It's really seeing an employee, in fact, anyone, move from where they were to achieving their greater potential, like really seeing that impact. And it doesn't have to be in any grand way, but really seeing that I'm adding value to somebody else's life. Because at the end of the day, we're doing work, we're at work. The reality is that this is earning us an income to take care of families and to take care of the things that we want to do outside of work. But to really add value to employees' life, that brings me deep joy.
Shania, I know you said the lab just now, eh?
Yes. Well, to add to what Nadeem and Kanisha said, part of my job really involves a sensory portion of the laboratory checks. So we actually do get to taste some of the products that we help make. So I think that's pretty exciting, to be able to contribute to something and then be able to say, hey, it tasted good, or to just have that experience as well. And I also enjoy learning from everybody else because, like I said, there are a lot of people who have experience there. So that's another exciting part of my job.
And you just led me to the next question I have here, right? What is your favorite drink? So we can start with Shania.
I would have to say my favorite drink is Banana Buster. Any of the banana products would be my favorites.
Okay.
Definitely orange fruiter for me. So I think that's my favorite.
Okay, Nadeem.
I wouldn't say I'll have a favorite, but the Caribbean cool movie banana, basically fruta line. Yeah, I just can't narrow it down.
Well, you have several favorites.
Yeah, several favorites. Yeah.
All right, that's good. That's good. All right, and I must tell you that. Oh, before I get to that last question, let me ask you this one. Do you all do recycling at SM Jaleel of the bottles?
Yes, we do. So, for instance, if we have a bad batch of bottles, we regrind them and repurpose them. And also, we have our HSC department. We have an EME person, environmentalist, sorry. And she also have been for recycling, and we do recycle most of our waste.
Okay, that's good.
And not only bottles, but also like water and some of the other byproducts.
Oh, okay, that's really good. That's good. So because at least by doing that, you all are contributing to reducing the amount of pollutants that we have in our environment, which is marvelous. All right, and what I did not warn you all about is that we have a group of children here who are very, very driven by being financially fulfilled. Okay, so one of the questions that they always ask without fail is, do you make a lot of money doing what you do? So I'm going to try to find a nice way to ask the question. Do you find working at SM Jaleel is a financially beneficial place to be?
I'll take this one. I think the income that we earn right now is probably not going to be sustainable in 10 years. I'm going to put it that way. And that's through cost of living and so on. I do think the company pays fairly, considering, and obviously there are a lot of financial implications that goes into pay, but the company pays fairly. So I don't think, and on time, most importantly.
Oh, great.
So at the end of every month or fortnightly in some cases, everybody can expect a paycheck if they have worked during that period.
Okay, great. And I guess because like you said, they pay fairly, it means that it is satisfactory, and one would expect that as the years roll by and the cost of living go up, that the company would make the necessary adjustments.
Correct.
And the last question that we have here is someone asking if you could see yourself retiring at SM Jalil, because you know, it is a place that is fair.
Right. So I'll speak personally, and I can't see myself retiring in any one organization. And that's not because of the organization itself. That's because I'm always looking for new opportunities to help new people and so on. I have quite a ways to go in retirement. So I'm not sure if I can say for certain that I can retire at SMJ, sorry. But retirement is, as I said, quite a ways away from me. And I can see myself here in the next 5 to 10 years with the organization.
Okay. I guess retirement is a little way off for all three of you. So yeah. But in the time being, you know, you are pretty much comfortable where you are. You know, you think you are being treated fairly, and you enjoy doing what you do at SM Jalil, providing us with nice drinks. All right. So I want to thank you all for being here. It was indeed a pleasure chatting with you. It was indeed a pleasure chatting with you and hearing some more about what takes place at SM Jalil. We do look forward to drinking our fruta. Nowadays, children, some this very small one chubby, the bigger ones find chubby too small. They want something bigger to drink. You know, we still have individuals who enjoy a nice cold buster, but we do enjoy your products. All right, on the other side, we enjoy the water products, the Cran water and the other Oasis water. We enjoy them. So we want to thank you all for being here with us. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Division, Guidance and Counseling Section, St. Patrick Education District, we want to say a hearty thank you to you all for being here with us today and sharing some insight into what SM Jalil has to offer on the job market for our future employees. All right, so thank you all for being here. Do enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you all again sometime soon.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, bye guys, take care. So students, we just heard from SM Jalil. So before we get our last presenter for the day, you know me, I come in with something because I have some little tokens I want to give to you all. So I need to get you all listening and answering, and we'll be able to sort these things out. So I'm going to give you our word Scrabble. Let's play Scrabble. I am going to give you a word, but I am mixing up the letters to the word. I am giving you 30 seconds to unscramble the word and tell me what the word is. You will just write the correct word in the chat so that we would know who got the correct word. All right? So I'm giving you some letters. 6 letters. Pens and paper ready so that you can unscramble the word. 6 letters. This is my order. You give me the correct order. O, D, C, O, T, R. Those are the letters for the first word. O, D, C, O, T, R. 30 seconds start now. I should play some Jeopardy music now. Okay, so we have a winner. We have a winner, Amara. Amara figured it out. And O-D-C-O-T-R, when you unscramble the word, it spells doctor. Very good, Amara. Amara, we would like to know the school you are from so that they could take note of it backstage and we'll be able to contact your school and send our little token to you. All right, so here comes the second word to Scrabble, to unscramble. All right, the second word is coming up. So they're supposed to put it up for me, but I will spell it for you. My word is, I'm scrambling it. A-E-Y-L-W-R. 30 seconds. A-E-Y-L-W-R. Let's see who will be the first place winner. Jarrell, well done, Jarrell. Jarrell, of course, we need to know your surname and your school because Jarrell solved it. The word is lawyer. Very good, Jarrell, lawyer. Jarrell from Fanny Village, wonderful. Okay, I'm going to give you another one, a third one. Let's go. Ooh, I'm wondering if they are ready to put up this one for me backstage. It's kind of long. So I'm going. Oh, they are ready. So the third one, well done, Jarrell Ramsey. The third one we have will be oh, we did that already. Yep. Now this one, nice. So this is the third one. This is the one you will have. 30 seconds right now. 30 seconds to solve this one. Rosabelle Nibs, and we have a winner, Rosabelle Nibs. Rosabelle Nibs solved it, and the answer is, come on backstage, let's go, police officer. Police officer, well done, Rosabelle. Well done, police officer. Nice. Let's try another. Oh boy. Here is the other one. Here's the next one. Remember, you have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Rosabelle, make sure and send us your school. Okay, your school name, please. Tyrone Burnett. Tyrone Burnett, you are the winner. Tyrone Burnett, please tell us your school, and the answer is psychologist. Psychologist. Okay, great. Great. Let's see, do we do another? Let's do another. Okay, here's another one. Okay, Rosabelle Dominic Hoyt is from Beach Camp Private. Very good. Tyrone Burnett. Richard Singh. Like, this is too easy for you all. Richard Singh got the correct answer. It is teacher. Very good, Richard. Teacher, that's the correct answer. Okay, here comes another. "30 seconds. And Tyrone Burnett was from Egypt Village. Aidan Rambaran. Aidan Rambaran. Very good, Aidan. You got the correct answer, and that answer is farmer. Very good. Very good, Aidan Rambaran. Be sure to tell us the school you are from. Okay, let's go. This one should challenge you all a little. "30 seconds. "30 seconds. This one a little challenging, right? No, it's not Childline. Eden is from Faisabad Press. Good. So Richard Singh Did Richard St. Just got the answer? Let's see, I'm finding out from backstage. Okay, so 30 seconds is up, people. No one gave us the answer to this one. This one was a little tricky. It was harder than all. And I'm seeing Linda Sanatan. Is Linda Sanatan, did she give the answer? The correct answer is dietitian. Dietitian. Okay. And we have one more coming up right now. One more coming up. This is an easy one. So the last one there was Linda Sanatan. Very good, Linda. Congratulations. And we have this one here, 30 seconds. Thirty seconds. Anybody as yet? Anybody figured out this one? This is an easy one. Jarrell Ramsey. Jarrell Ramsey again. Jarrell Ramsey, congratulations. You got the correct answer. All right, and that answer is soldier. Soldier, very good. Very good. I think we had a tie, Jarrell Ramsey and Mark Jacob. They both guessed soldier. So we had two winners in that one. Please tell us your school, Mark. And I'm going to give you all one hard one as the last one. One hard one. All right, this is a hard one.
Okay, so. Right, so I'm in the breakout room, right? So
I'm hearing somebody talking. This is a hard one. Let's see who will get this one. Jalen Nicholas. Jalen Nicholas. Jalen Nicholas gave us the correct answer. And the correct answer is deep sea diver. Very, very good, Jalen. Deep sea diver. Very good. All right. Okay. So I'm waiting on them to put up one more thing for us, but we are going to do one last Scrabble. Going to Scrabble up one more word. Let's see who gets out this one. Anybody got out this one? Tyrone Burnett. Tyrone Burnett, you are at it again. You got the answer, and the answer is astronaut. All right. So I must see there's one more. Okay, one last one. Last one we are going to listen to. Let's see if you all can get this one. 30 seconds. Okay, nobody has yet. Let's go. Come on, kids. Jaylon Nicholas, and Jaylon Nicholas gave us the correct answer, and that is a dentist. Very good. So we are going to pause here with our Scrabble game. We are going to pause the Scrabble game here, and at this time, we are going to introduce our presenter, our final presenter for this evening's session. And that presenter is going to show us or tell us about something that is very, very interesting. Okay, so the name of the business is Lattice Studio. So let us welcome this presenter so that she can tell us all about what a business entails and what you can do and the different opportunities that you can have if you decide to work in a similar type industry. Hi, Ornella.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, great. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a lovely day. And I'm very glad to be here to share this wonderful information with you. Right, so my name is Miss Ornella Augustine Cummings, right? And I am a visual artist, right? I run the company called Lattice Studio, and I have been a practicing artist for the last 9 years, right? So I started my journey becoming an artist in secondary school. For the first 3 years, from Form 1 to Form 3, I had an option of subjects that I could have done. And in Form 3, you were allowed to choose subjects. And one of my subjects that was chosen was art. I pursued that up until Form 5, and I did exams. After exams, I went on to doing some private classes, as well as I enrolled in UWI, the University of the West Indies had a short course, right? They were teaching basic art. They had instructors that came in and gave us different direction. And that's how I first began going into art, or really having a deep interest towards it. And so after this, I found out about UWI having a certificate program. That is where I entered into it, and I completed my certificate and furthered on to my degree. And here I am today as a practicing artist. Now, that is one way you can become an artist, but you can also be self-taught, right? So you can learn things for yourself and you can experience things for yourself, right? And this can be able to open you up to different avenues and things like that, right? So as a visual artist, I have been fortunate to be involved in numerous aspects. I am also a face painter. So as a visual artist, you get to work with the face, and even makeup can be counted as an artist because you're a makeup artist and you deal with the face and directing how it looks and doing different parts of it. I've also worked with plays and backdrops, doing backdrops and prop setups. So these are some of the things that as an artist, right, you can do. You can paint, you can draw, you can sculpt, you can do all of these things as an artist, right? So I know it's a very interesting thing. So like I can show you some of the things that I have worked on as an artist. I also do commissions. So what commissions mean is that people ask me to produce work for them and specifically for them alone, so that I don't do the same piece for everybody. So that's what, when you commission a piece, that's what you do. So you can do that. So you can be a freelance artist, right? So for example, like if you look here, this is one of the works that I've done recently. I've worked on, and these are some of the things that you can do and that you can be exposed to as an artist. Yeah. So if you are interested in things like this, that's where you enter into. So in secondary school, you can begin by introducing yourself to art, and you can go further from there to complete your certificate, or you can even do it at Form 6. So in secondary school, there's an option to do art at Form 6, right? When you do art at Form 6, you can go straight to doing your degree in art, and that will take you very far, and you can choose which path you would like to do. Art is there's a very wide range, and you may not think that there is, but there's actually, it doesn't just stop at visual art, right? There are many, many, many fields that you can go into, right? So first off, we'll discuss some of the fields you can go into. So as an artist, or if you want to pursue art as a career, you can become a teacher. So it's always great to pass on knowledge that you have to other individuals, right? As an art teacher, you get to expose many, many more students, old, young. I have worked with many different students, various ages as an art teacher. I do classes privately, right? So people even who are not too sure they want to really become artists, but they would like to try out this avenue, they do, and they do pretty well, right? They love it, they love the experience, and it's really good. So apart from becoming an art teacher, you can also be a graphic designer. So if anyone knows what a graphic designer is, it's someone who assembles images, typography for the development of flyers, banners, clothing, even soft drink labels. Those are what graphic designers do. So a lot of the digital media that you see out here is done by a graphic designer. And sometimes at one point, they would have been an artist, right? They would have gone to school, they would have done art, they would have experienced it before they fully went into which direction they would like to go. So you can be that. You can design books, let's see. So a lot of the banners you all see sometimes at carnival time, or even advertisement, drinks banners, things like that. Those are done by graphic designers or illustrators. That's what you refer to them as. So apart from being a visual artist, this is a direction you can go with in design. So you can transition from being just a painter, a sculptor, or a mixed media artist into graphic design or illustrating, right? You can also go into animating. You can become an animator, right? If you know what an animator is, I'll just explain to you. So an animator creates multiple images called frames, and when put together, they create an illusion of movement. So if you have ever drawn a little stick man in the corner of your books or in your copybooks and you flip the pages, that is called an animation, right? If you change the stick man's movements, that is what you call an animation. So you can become an animator, right? Do you know where animators work and what they do? So a lot of you look at cartoons and shows and anime and things like that, I'm sure, right? Those are all animators. They create all these things. All those Disney Pixar movies, those are animators. They create these things in frames. They draw it out first. So if you ever look at the background, they do have a visual art upbringing. They come up in visual art and then they transition into animation. So you can use a computer as well, and you can work on all these beautiful films. So I know there's a lot of intricate work that goes into animation. So it's a really lovely thing to go into, right? You can also be part of set design. So set design is when you create scenic designs on plays or in movies. So I know a lot of you will look at movies and you see if they're running through the desert, these are things that are put together by artists to look a particular way, right? They have to look a certain way and they have to be lined up properly. They have to be well lit. And these are also areas in which artists go along with. They fix outfits, they ensure that whatever is on set is up to standard, right? They are one of the most important people, just as the actors, because if the set is not right, the movie would not look good. So therefore, as much as you don't think that if you don't know if that artists are involved, they very much are. They are just in different aspects of the artistic world, right? So another thing you can be as an artist is a curator. So a curator creates fixtures and display stands for events such as exhibitions, conferences, businesses, museums, libraries, and art galleries. So if you ever walked into, and even the bank, if you ever walked into any one of the banks in Trinidad and Tobago, you will see there is artwork on the walls. If you ever go with your parents, if you see behind the tellers, there are artwork on the sides of the wall. There is someone who puts together those things specifically for business places, right? If you go to the museum, if you have ever been to the museum, there is also an exhibition space in the museum in Port of Spain, right? I have also been part of a show that was there. So as an artist, you get to have your work viewed by many as much as you enter into exhibitions and in spaces where artwork is widely shown. You get to be part of that kind of community, and it is really lovely because there are a lot of artists within Trinidad and Tobago and in the world. Okay, so you can go anywhere and you will find artists creating lovely works, right? So you can be a curator where you can be the person just organizing the works, right? Making sure that everything is aligning, it looks beautiful, it looks good together. That is what you can also be. You can become a curator, right? So that's an aspect in visual art that you can go into. You can also go into architecture. So when you wouldn't think, right? But an architect is an artist because you know why? They design buildings. They don't build the buildings so much, but they create the actual picture of how the building is supposed to be designed. They create all the rooms, but you have to be able to draw, right? So you can learn to draw and then you become an artist. and you can go forward into becoming an architect. So architecture is also an aspect of being an artist. So that is something that you can also go into, and it's very, very, very interesting. Yeah, because there are many beautiful houses, well designed, that architects have constructed, have put things in place. Some of the beautiful pools that you see, architects design these things so that they can look so beautiful in the world. And as you travel, and if you go out abroad, you will see a lot of these various sculpted buildings. Yeah. So you can also become a cinematographer. So a cinematographer is responsible for the crafting, the look, the color, the lighting, and framing of a shot. So if you want to be a photographer, or as you say, a cinematographer, art also has a part to play in that. Understanding color and position and light and value is an aspect of cinematography as well as photography. So these are also areas that you can branch off into as becoming a visual artist, right? Another is an interior designer. So interior designers, they design spaces. So for example, in your house, they put together the paint on the wall, the decorations that are around. They organize these things so that they can all look together and they can all coincide with each other and become like the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. So that is one of the things you can become as becoming a visual artist. I myself have been involved in plays. I've done backdrops for plays. I've designed a set for a dance recital. And when those things come alive, it really gives you the feeling that you're trying to give in the show that you're producing, in the play, in the movies. These things are very, very vital in these aspects. So when you look at a movie, you don't just look at the movie. Everything has to be in a particular order. It has to look a certain way in order to convey the message that they need to convey. And these are things that are all done by artists, right? As an artist, you can paint, you can draw, you can use pen and ink, you can use paint, you can use clay, so you can sculpt. If you go around, there are a lot of statues, especially in Port of Spain. There are statues built. Those are done by artists, right? Some of the wax figures that you see being produced now abroad and things like that, that is done by an artist. So they will call it a sculpture, right? So you could become a sculptor, right? They also involved in pottery, things like that. So an artist can work with pottery and make lovely vases and stuff like that. They can do glass works. All of these are avenues that artists get into to be able to create. The idea of becoming an artist is creation. We love to create. That is like the best thing that we can do. And it's really uplifting. It's really lovely to become. So this is like some of the aspects. So you may wonder, like, where can I work? Where would I be able to work as becoming an artist? So you can work in an art gallery. You can work in a museum. Government agencies require artists. So a lot of the graphic designs that you see on social media and things like that, an artist created it, right? They put all the colors, the shapes, the different aspects, things are moving. They created those things that all you see on your computer, in your movies, your anime shows, your cartoons. They put all those things together, right? You can freelance so that you can be your own artist on your own time. You can work both locally, regionally, and internationally, right? You can be any part of the world and you can create work and sell online in your own country as well. That's what you would call a freelance artist. You can work with marketing agencies. So agencies such as Coca-Cola, Holiday Snacks, these are these things that you can work. They create lots of labels and packaging for you to be able to buy your snacks. These things that are on the packet are done by a graphic designer, which is also considered an artist, right? So these are some of the places you can get into. Fashion brands. If you love fashion, just know an artist created it. So even if it's a shoe, an artist designed the shoe, be able to put it together and say, okay, this is what it's supposed to look like, the colors that are supposed to go together, that work well together. They designed it, they came up with it. So they have to understand color and how it works, and these are things like that. So these are all aspects you can get into. As I said, you can get into architectural firms. So you can work at designing many buildings. You can be a part of photography studios. You see where you go and you take all your nice photos for Christmas and with your families and things like that. You can work in photography studios, theaters, where they have live performances all the time. These are some of the places that you can work, right? As well as production companies, right? Production companies, Walt Disney is one. Walt Disney is a huge one. They have many, many, many artists working, producing various shows for your enjoyment. It's very lovely. That's where animators work. It's very lovely to be a part of, to see your work come alive and for it to move and for it to create that thing that you love so much. And it's really amazing to be a part of that community. It's very inspiring, it's very uplifting. And I am glad to be a part of it. It's a numerous things that you can get into as becoming an artist. And as I said, there are various ways to get into it. You can attend a program at the University of the West Indies, right? I believe UTT also has graphic design. SBCS also has it. So there you can go into these various aspects of art through these schools, right? So when you go to secondary school, and as you go forward, you can do visual art in secondary school. So you can choose that as one of your CXE subjects if you wish. And you can also go on to Form 6. As you finish CXE, you can do Form 6 art, right? From there, you can do a certificate program. If you're interested in being a visual artist, you can enter into that. University of the West Indies offers it, as well as you can do design, which is incorporated in UTT as well, right? There are many schools in Trinidad and Tobago that is doing it, and you can branch out different ways. There's theater here, there's different aspects of these kind of art works, but as a visual artist, you can start that as your foundation and you can move up. You can go do your degree and you can even do your master's in it and become a lecturer. So a lecturer, with what you would be considered an art teacher, there are those in secondary school as well as in university. They teach you and expose you to various aspects in the art community. And it's really, 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 really lovely. And there's a number of ways and directions that you can go. And as I said, you can just do work for your personal self, right? You can create works of art and it can be sold on websites, on social media. I also do that as well. I create works. So while I take commissions, specific works for certain people, I also create for myself personally in my own home. I have done murals. So murals is another thing that you can get into. Those are the paintings that are on walls, right? The specific paintings, for example, in the hospitals, there are paintings on the walls, things like that that really look well and suit the theme, especially like on the children's ward. There are lovely paintings on maternity wards. There are lovely paintings that's called murals. So they do these things on walls, on buildings, and they're really lovely, right? Those are some of the things that you can get into as an artist. And it's really, really, really lovely to see and to be exposed to. And as I said, there are lots of works like these that you can create and you can learn various techniques. Yeah. So if you're interested in these things, as an artist, I would implore you to dive into it and take a part in it And, you know, explore. Creativity is very lovely and it's encouraged. Everyone, I believe, can be very, very creative. And there are many ways that you can get into it. Yeah. So I hope that you are having a great day. And, you know, visual art is lovely. And there's something that you can do. And there's something for everyone if you're interested. So if anything, do you have any questions? If you have questions, feel free to ask them and I will answer anything if you have in mind.
Thank you, Onella. I am looking here. I'm not seeing any questions as yet. They usually, sometimes they get so engrossed in the presenter that when they finish, then they say, oh, I have a question. They start to write the questions after. So
Right.
we got to give them a couple minutes to see if they have
That's
any
no problem.
questions for you. But I find it very interesting, you know, and I do love art. And I like the way that you were able to explain to us that we have art in everything.
Yes.
Everything. Even in terms of arranging your furniture at home.
Yes, it's an
You know,
artistic thing, yes.
Yeah, that is so nice. You know, and the color, the paint color you might choose to paint your walls. You know, there is some art in it, you know, and I do like the simple pieces of artwork. All right. Someone asked, how did you get into art? And well, I guess I'll leave that for you to answer, even though I think you mentioned it before, but someone wants to know.
Yeah. Right. So how I got into art after I did art in secondary school, right? When I came out of school, I was doing some extra subjects, and over the vacation, my parents came across a newspaper article which had the University of the West Indies was offering a short course in visual arts. And because parents are very open and if they know what they see within you, so they thought that I was good in that area and they allowed me to be part of that short course. So that course was about 3 months, and I had lecturers and teachers come in and they taught us various aspects, and that is how I first really started getting into doing this for a majority of the time.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have another question here for you. Someone asked if you give lessons.
Yes, I do. I do classes, yes. I teach classes. You can simply just message me and I'll give you the information, or and you can pass the information on to them. My social media is Lati Studio on both platforms, Instagram and on Facebook. You can find me there. And yeah, you can contact me, and I do classes as well as like events. So I've done painting events for children for Easter. So I had a kids art camp as well, where they had a week full of me teaching them various aspects of art and they were able to create, as well as little events that I do with adults as well as children, you know, the paint sessions, so that you can paint like a picture like one of these that I showed. You can, that's all parts of what I do as well.
Okay. Okay, so I'm seeing a question here. Someone asked about if you work by the hour, but I'm going to change that question and ask it another way. Do you do face painting?
Yes, I do face painting. I'm also a face painter. Yes.
All right. And because I know that's something you do by the hour, because they were asking roughly, you know, how much it costs an hour to do some artwork. So if you have maybe to design a mural for someone, do you charge them by the hour or do you charge at the end of the piece?
No, for like a mural, I charge like a flat price. So like you will know, okay, these are the things that is needed, the size of the mural. So once you put all that information together, you can charge by the job. So face painting is different to certain aspects. So like face painting, you can charge by the hour, which is usually what any face painter does because it's a specific time However, with murals, you can charge for the job itself, right? Just like any painting as well, you would know how many hours you would take. However, you can charge by the job versus by the hour. So you wouldn't tell the client so much, well, it's $25 an hour. You will just compile how much you think the job is working in terms of if they are providing materials or if you are providing all the materials, and you charge based on what job you're doing.
Okay. Another question that came in here in several forms.
No problem.
Is there an age limit to children taking lessons from you, art lessons from you? Because we have some 10-year-olds asking if 10-year-olds are allowed in your classes.
Yes, there's no age limit. When I did a kids art camp over the July-August vacation, and the lowest I went was at 5, right? There's a 5-year-old in my class. It was supposed to be from 7, but a 5-year-old, and some 5-year-olds are very responsible and they are able to. So no, it doesn't have like a specific age limit, because I've also done work with preschoolers. So even if it might not directly be, I tailor it to suit the age group. So we will work according to where you understand from, and we will go up, and as we go up, we will understand, and I will teach based on you. So it doesn't have an age limit per se.
Okay. Someone asked, where is your location? Where are you located?
So I currently work from home, because I mean, being an artist, the best thing I can do is work from home. I do go to some of my students. I've gone to them to teach, as well as like different events that I host in different areas. So that's what I'm doing for now. As much as things are, with the whole COVID situation, I will be working on getting people back into spaces for now.
Okay. All right. Now I know that you explained how much fun it is, and that is the reason why you got into art, because you love to express yourself. And of course, you very hands-on. You are able to utilize paint to express a series of things. Artists usually have a beautiful eye. They could see beauty in almost every single thing there is, which is really, really good. So just to wrap it up, some children are asking about the cost of lessons and money and this sort of thing. But I know you mentioned that you have a page, and maybe on your page, they might be able to get some more information. So would you mind sharing that page information with us so that they could direct their parents to the page where they could get more information on possible courses that they could do, and stuff that you would have done in the past?
Not a problem. So the page, so Instagram, it is LARTISTE .STUDIO, Latis Studio, Latis.studio, that's on Instagram. And it's the same thing on Facebook without the dot. So it's Latis.studio on Instagram and Latis Studio on Facebook. You can find all the information there. I do post the flyers very often. They are also in the pictures coming down. You'll see all the things that I've done. You'd even see pictures with the young children and things like that who gave me permission to post their work and what they've done and what activities we've done so far and things that are coming up. So I regularly try to have things involving both ages, young and mature.
Right, so there you have it, children. If you go to Latis Studio, LARTISTE.studio.
Yes, on Instagram.
On Instagram, they will be able to get information there. And you go to Latis Studio, LARTISTESTUDIO on Facebook. Your parents will get all the cost information for the different programs that Ms. Augustine Cummings might have coming up. All right, so Ms. Augustine Cummings, I want to thank you for being here with us.
No problem.
We really do look forward to working with you in the future. It is very refreshing to have an artist here, a real life artist, because we try to expose the children to other forms of career that exist. All
Yes.
right, so once again, on behalf of Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Division, St. Patrick Education District, the Guidance and Counseling Section, we want to thank you for being with us today. We look forward to working with you. You might hear from some of us for some personal pieces or
No
whatever.
problem.
All right, and we want to thank you for sharing your information with the students,
Thank
parents,
you for having
and
me.
teachers. Not a
Thank you
problem.
for having me.
Not a
So you
problem.
enjoy the rest of your day and take care.
Thank you, my dear. Enjoy.
You too.
So students, thank you all for being here today. I know it was a full day. It was a packed day. We had a lot of fun. I want to thank you all for being here with me and asking your questions. If there are any questions you think that wasn't answered, please feel free to put a comment in the chat box so that we can get to it. But again, for Miss Lati's studio, Miss Ornella Cummings, if you have any questions, please visit her Instagram page, LARTISTE.studio, or her Facebook page, LARTISTESTUDIO, where you will get all the information that you need on courses that she might be offering. The reason why course wasn't given, because I know sometimes the cost factor varies depending on the program that is being offered. So if you all visit those two pages, you should be able to get the information that you require, and you can take it from there. So we do look forward to seeing you all on Friday for another day, which will be the last day of our career fair for this week. And once again, we want to thank you for being here. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, students, teachers, and parents. God bless.